Alright, we can get back to work on this stuff. Although, yay, really extreme crash, classic. Classic. Let us try it again. Now, what I was about to do was string a line of conveyors into my new channel, my new conveyor channel, so that I could possibly use welders to help weld things up, and at the very least begin moving the stuff into the new cargo box. So if we're lucky, we will actually get to do that. We were already out of motors, or no? We have an inventory full of stuff because we have a refinery. Let's try that. Alright. What I was going to do is just bring assuming we actually get to play and not play Space Engineer's starting simulator instead. So about 2:56 a.m. we had a 4.7 earthquake here. Well, they downgraded to 4.3, but they called it a 4.7. Just like 3 miles away. It was like right on the Hayward Fault, and it definitely woke me up. And then this evening we had another 3-pointer that ended up, I guess, probably destabilizing some transformers in the area, and that took out power for the whole neighborhood. Not right at the earthquake, but about 20 minutes later. So today's been a comedy of errors already. It only makes sense that Space Engineers would just start crashing a lot for me, but I think we'll probably get through a few crashes and then it'll run smooth. That's been the pattern. But I don't really need to weld up the refinery specifically until I have no need for the main base. Once I've moved all of the stuff from the base to the rover, then the rover will be the base, and I can start tearing down what's currently there and building it out on the rover. And then we can actually travel and alright, so we had some things in here. Make sure we don't have anything. And try this again. However, to avoid needing to keep the refinery necessarily, we're going to actually use a few more of these conveyors. Okay, if we can not do that. Again, actually, we'll get there eventually. But given that hostile takeover is no longer working, I think I might remove that one. I don't think it's causing any problems per se, but it's not exactly doing me much good either. Right. Let's save it now. Just maybe we'll wait a minute. Also think about this. So we'll move the refinery. We will load my bottles up. Can we get there? We can't get there. Saving. Alexia73, thanks for the follow. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, we're going to try this again. Go around this way this time. Get this brought over and just plugged into the box, because remember last time I talked about how this thing was laid out. Namely, that the irrigation system has a cargo box and then a conveyor sorter that plugs into the main channel of the main conveyor system, but past the irrigation system is a separate conveyor system just for the farm plots. And this way, when I dump ice into this thing, the sorter will drain it into the cargo box and the irrigation system, and will not allow any H2 gens to steal from the irrigation system and kill our plants. It's basically a thing you want to do if you're running H2 gens, which you probably are, and an irrigation system, which you probably are. Oh, I don't know what that did, but let's just save again, just to make sure, and then let's just actually do the welder thing from the beginning. I'm not 100% sure I've got the stuff. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't have everything I need to make this rover, but I'm gonna try and see how far we get. Maybe we have to go out and find something again. We're already low on stuff. Small steel tubes. Imagine that. We're gonna need so many small steel tubes. Make like 300 or so. This particular playthrough is meant to be no mining except for ice. I'm allowed to mine ice, but otherwise there's no enforcement of this, of course, but otherwise I'm not. So I have a refinery around to handle scrap refining, like when stuff drops scrap, and to handle any ores that I happen to loot when I take on a station of some sort. And then so this rover is meant to be a mobile base, and I'm thinking I'm leaning towards piston based platform for this rover, or a rover similar to it, as I may build a new, more armored one to handle actual POI assaults. Yeah, so we just weld everything up. We're going to get rid of these three guys though, because otherwise you'll be unnecessarily welded up. But the ship mounting thing will happen whatever you want to call it, not mounting, the carrier aspects of the big rover will come into play much later. And we're also going to want to move our wind power across. I'm going to have to go under, because that's probably not in the way. Rather than fight with it, we'll just avoid it entirely. And we don't need these conveyors forever, just long enough to get all the stuff across. And then we can tear them down and use the tubes in our main conveyor system. Probably go get my bottles refilled again. I built that assembler out by hand so that I could just place the speed modules. What are we short now? Some more tubes. Of course. Always the tubes. Give me the tubes, man. Obviously, we need a lot of small steel tubes anyway. The thing I like about the Type 1 welder over the new Type 2 is actually you can see, even unwelded, you can see whether you placed it right, because that's placed wrong, obviously, but even from here I can just tell that it's placed right because these bumps are not ports. So even as a frame, it's easy to tell. How are we gonna? Okay, well, I don't think we're gonna get to that one. So I do have, I think, some. I have a couple of conveyors in here, so I'm just going to weld that one up myself. And this be the big well, because this ought to reach that large box. Assuming we have the stuff, which of course we don't. But I still have conveyors in my inventory, so get those. Let's see here. Did this get welded at all? Yeah, okay. Comps, interior plate. Yep. Wow, still working on tubes. But now we want a couple hundred comps and a couple hundred interior plate to finish off our large box, and then we can drag everything across. Right, let's see, you're pulled there. Why don't we just literally yank everything across hard? Do this, it'll drain it. We've got to fight the welder for our plates and construction comps. Come on, man. You got this. I'll throw these in anyway. Yep. Just a couple more. Alright. We're not going to put any restrictions on. We're just going to tell it to drain all. So once that thing is finished, which will be in a little bit, I may not have enough interior plate queued up. Let's throw another 100 on there. And this should still have access to everything in here because it's on the same side as the sorter. That should be done. Now we can set this up. We're in the wrong spot now. Get the refinery started. I originally started going with the refinery, but I decided after the fact-ish. Yeah, see, everything's now in the large container, so we should be able to just turn the refinery into the new refinery.
Full. Inventory full.
Of course, now I have to go dump it somewhere.
Inventory full.
Right here's fine.
Inventory full.
Good night, sweet doggy. You,
Energy low.
strayed into the wrong position. Alright, now if I pull that out.
Fuel low.
Alright, we're gonna drop here in a second.
Fuel critical.
Right. And while I have it, I'll pull that into well, I can probably just send it all directly over here. I won't be able to come back.
Inventory full.
Come on, mouse button, work. Soon we will have a medical room, and this slow charge will be a thing of the past.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oops.
Inventory full.
Yeah.
Inventory full.
Just start being a little more careful, as we have two things holding this up, neither of which is really all that reliable. So let's add some couple more supports, and we'll pour one out for the homies. Alright, a little more reliable now. Although not really, but better anyway. Alright, so this is anchored here to the ground, and then on that. So let's put something in there if we can. No, we can't. Okay. We kill this. And then we can get why can't we place you? Are you literally two different grids? Okay, well, doesn't matter because I was just there to give this guy a place to charge. I think we're basically, I mean, aside from steel plate, we're basically done here. And this battery, which I'm not going to drag across. I did extract it from a ship and all that, but I'm not going to continue keeping it. I'm just going to build new batteries up in here as time goes on. Okay, well, we're done building that, so let's continue. So now we've got creation capability across the board. We really need to work on this whole section so we can continue our food production. But actually I would like to get speed modules going on this thing. That will make things a lot better. No gas transference yet, but okay, that's everything but the remaining those. That'll help. That's just medical comms now, which we'll have to worry about later. I have the silver, so I'm not sure what it is you're equipping at this point. Okay. Actually don't need that stuff. Just need... oh, we have them. Okay, cool. And apparently I can carry 3 at a time at the moment. Alright, where is our main conveyor connection? there. Get a conveyor going up there and just finish the weld. Have we welded up everything we can, or are we short on something? It appears we've welded everything we can. Let's go this direction. They're not yet hooked up to gases, so that's not going to help too much, but in fact, I don't think I have an H2 gen in here. Maybe I do. Definitely time for a new mouse soon. Now this is separate from that, so we're going to have to do it probably a little bit manually, but I can at least get some of it going. Though. Up to H2. That one. Alright, you can only fit one bottle in those little tanks. See, H2. Nope, no gens. Okay, we're going to want to put a gen on here. Well, like I said, I think we're going to have to do a little bit of this manually. What we can do is weld up the cockpit. Not 100% sure that's how I want the cockpit to be, but it's fine for the moment. And to make things a little easier on ourselves, and the fact that we're probably going to want it somewhere around here anyway, let's get cargo access. We're also going to need O2 to keep the keep the O2 up. Alright, so that covers the farm basically, aside from having it actually enclosed and everything like that. Maybe we can get that welded up. No, I think we already hit that as much as we can. Let's see, maybe we can do that from this direction here. We do still need to place an H2 gen somewhere. That doesn't seem like a bad spot. Not sure what else we put there. I might as well put it like that. That'll open up 2 ports there. Right. Now, who stole the ice? The O2 generator's got 400 ice. Okay, that's perfect. Right. That's what I wanted. Still plates were short. We're probably going to need to raid more before we can finish this thing, as I had said before. So, whitelist, ice, And Draenol should steal the ice from the H2 gen. Or maybe not. Which would be good. But when we go get some more ice over there, right, give me a whole bunch of steel plate, assuming we've got any. Nope. Alright, well we're gonna need at least a couple thousand, but we still need to keep our... Okay, well I guess we don't get a couple thousand. Damn. There was still a few things over at that other base. Well, there's of course a bunch of steel plate right here. Need to make sure we don't kill our tower. So let's put something there. That way we can basically take down any other bits we want. Except for that is not good. Okay. Now the tower has full support and can't be shot down. I don't know why we still have that on there though. We're getting real cheap with the steel plate during the emergency farm build.
Inventory full.
Actually, we can lose all of that because this guy should be empty. Yep. Nice. But let's just keep... I haven't really envisioned how I'm going to enter into this whole place. I mean, normally I do it from the back, but that would put us right on that. So maybe... And I was trying to go with a bit smaller area here. So maybe we just do it from the side here. Or maybe we do it as part of the wall. Yeah. Got doors somewhere. Of course, then we need... Well, there was going to be more wall, so that's fine.
Energy low.
Of course, that also... No, because work on the farm right here. So now we have kind of an entrance, even if it's not accessible from the ground as of yet. Yeah, fuel low. Ouch.
Fuel critical.
That's fine. Right. Let's see, so should we lay it down this way? I'm going to put the new tower up. But, yeah, are we going to lay it down going back, or are we going to lay it down from the back to the front? Either way, it's going to interfere with our platform, but that's fine. I mean, it's not going to interfere much, but it will interfere a little bit. What are you shooting at? Just a wolf, huh? There was. No, another one? Yep. Wow, these wolves are healthy. They've got serious. I swear you shot in this direction once. That won't have disappeared already. I would really like to get vegetables going again, so maybe we worry about the power later and we get the farm fully together. All right. Well, isn't there... Yeah, there is interior plate in those. All right. And we don't need any of this anymore. And that thing's held up in multiple other places, so we're just gonna take this whole channel here.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Wow. Alright, what do we have that's actually like full on iron that we don't need, if anything? Not much. We're actually really low on comps. We've got 2 large batteries right there, which I want to keep, so I'm not going to get rid of the power cells. I guess it's back to grinding conveyors. This 2 or 3 conveyors gets us 1 farm plot.
Inventory full.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Inventory
to go out
full.
raiding again. That's for sure. There is still some of that other building left, so we can at least go get that, but do we have any food? I never did put this stuff away. Alright, well, worst case scenario here is... Where did all the food go? Oh, it stayed here. Okay. We can just go down here. Oh no, right. This thing lost its survival kit, and I ground that one up. So we're actually kitless. Let's see, I guess. Where does the food prep go? And this is meant to be a wall. All of this is meant to be a wall. I'm not even sure. Maybe we come out and stick it back here. The food processor does not need to be attached. Like, I can carry this stuff. In fact, I would kind of rather carry this stuff. Because then I'm sure it's all in there. And nothing's going to grab it or do any other random weirdness. Alright, we only have 6 vegetables and they all need to be seeds basically. We're just going to make those seeds immediately. But I believe we have our inventory again. Right, so we need fruit seeds again. So we can't use any of the fruit. So that leaves probably nothing. At least like 3 grain seeds and 3 mushroom seeds in reserve. Right, which basically just leaves us 8 should give us 4 kelp packs plus the meat. And meat's a little better than grain. Bin. Yeah. Just one of these fellers. Just anywhere. That's a fine spot for it. Yep. No recipe calls for raw meat, so it's okay to just cook all your meat like immediately. There's no reason to save raw meat. Right, we're gonna do what we did previously and throw down some sort of thing. Some sort of storage box. There's a box I like. We're gonna put it on the wall. Hold our food. But alright, so there's some portholes somewhere around here. I think they'll be in that. Yeah, the viewport 2s I quite like. There's no good way to turn though, so just have to there's no corner porthole. So we'll have to just let that be. Right, and then here we don't get a porthole until this spot, although that leaves not enough room. Yeah. Somewhere in here, I think it's in this one, is the full corner. Yeah, there we go. That goes there and there. And then, right. Just go with full. Blocks. What I was thinking was, something like this. Yep. Now we can pull these out. There is a corner block that covers that. Not that I remember where it is, but it's around here somewhere. That's the one. Now whether I want it to be this guy or not. That's the one. Where's that? Yeah, I guess it is. With the corner base. If I can figure out. Yeah, there we go. Of course, we need some way of sealing all of that, so maybe that was not good. So let's put something down here to hold onto that thing and use regular.
Inventory full.
Regular square conveyors. But we don't have to use one there. It's going to be inside. That'll work. That'll work. Actually, from that point forward, we don't need, or that point back, we can go with the curved ones, the pipes, flanged. And curved, okay. This one ought to give us air, or not air, but not air. Yeah. All right, so then we got to figure out how we're coming off this for the roof, and what we're going to do on this back edge here.
Fuel low.
Get some of these while we're thinking about it. Or maybe we ought to...
Fuel critical.
Refill. eating because these things are not very filling. Right. And as far as that goes, that can just be... No. That can just be a standard block. Which means that that doesn't need to be that either. Okay, well that can be a standard block too. Yep. Now this little bit here has got to be weird, of course. Or we need to rethink our entrance. One or the other. Really, we could just give it a wart. All 25 of our steel plate is one block. Alright, we got more plate though down here. So without losing the battery charge, which we're still using, I'll actually suck that in. We just go from our tower. Whoa, bro. Got any friends? Alright, as I was saying, without losing our tower or the battery, we just stay connected to it. And then we can suck that battery's juice in. To the new batteries we create.
Inventory full.
really like to get food production back up. Well, that is basically... Oh, well, we have all of this, but I don't think there's any steel plate in this. We don't
Inventory full. Inventory
there.
full.
And now we really are out of steel plate. And iron. And everything else.
Inventory
No
full.
window there.
Inventory full.
We really don't need windows here either.
Energy low.
Really, man? I can't just walk around. Oh, and we are 100% out. Okay. But that is now locked back in, so at least we have one steel plate. And we can put the pretend in. Right, so then we're gonna come over the top somehow. And that'll be like bridge and farm and all of that. And underneath here we've got plenty of room for all the bits that we decide to add later. I know I've got enough components for at least one reactor. I've got a bunch of other stuff to shove in here as well eventually, but like batteries, which we can't really build because we're out of steel plate. So I guess it's time to go for a ride. How about unlock? Although I bet there's more veg on the ground over here now. So that much will be cool. And there's more fruits already. I've got a mod in that adds food detection to the ore detector. Which you'd be amazed at how much food is around that you miss if you don't have this. Right, so we've got to go over the pass and then into the downspout. Maybe pass by the veg area, which is where most of the vegetables I found were. That GPS lies, there is no longer a drone overhead. Nickel, magnesium. Let's see if we can crash, flip our rover again. We'll get these mushrooms because they're actually on the way. Yeah, unfortunately we can't go directly to this base without a flyer. And while flyers are not strictly prohibited, right? Oh, I did it again. Whoa. Where those vegetables go? There they are. It's really nice to have 3 gyros on your rover. Well, 1 second. I forgot to switch. There we go. Ah. As I said at the beginning of my stream, we've had 2 felt earthquakes and a power outage in the last 24 hours. So I'm glad I'm just able to stream. Or downspout that way. But Ooh, there's a military barracks that wasn't there earlier. That usually has a bunch of decent stuff up in the boxes on the landing platform, or not really a landing platform, the standing platform. Now the question is, do I want to go finish that research station, or do I want to, let's see, if that's the downspout, then I'm going the wrong way. Or do I want to go for a new base? Let's see how badly that filled us up. There shouldn't be much left but steel plate. I'll stop picking up food stuff. So I've got enough to make some decent meals. And I've got seeds already in stock, so I don't need to worry about that. But it appears that at least the general area, if not the same exact spot, things continue to, food items continue to spawn. And yesterday, when was it yesterday? It must have been yesterday when I took this base. It was a crazy, crazy experience. I very nearly, well, I did die a few times doing it, but at one point I flew out here and actually took it, but I couldn't get back. I ended up downing a drone. Cooked meat. And basically surfing on it all the way to the ground. And I was able to acquire it.
Inventory full.
And then when I looted this place, I basically filled my ship with connectors. I guess there are a bunch of good stuff still in here, although I hadn't planned on actually
Inventory full.
grinding it all out, but now I see I need to.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
And then I probably need to take the detectors. Even though they really mess
full.
up your cargo space.
Inventory full.
So we basically need all of it. Well, I'd probably do better, actually, time spent versus whatever if I went and took a
Inventory
new base,
full.
because they'll have ores and other stuff. 3 large grid small containers with stuff in them, plus a few barrels and other stuff like that. And I know how to take it
Inventory full.
Hydro Man without even worrying about my gear too much.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Oh yeah, the detectors are still here.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, I think we're already full.
Inventory full.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just start doing the connector thing again. Since that's actually more feasible than fitting another thing on here. Another cargo container. I think anyway. Yeah, pretty sure. Plus just the components themselves going into those things are nice. And nice to be able to just build things onto your ship for that.
Inventory full.
motors. For some reason motors are in short supply on these stations. Except there's a bunch of stuff in here that I never looted out. Wow. I do believe there's some motors in here. Oh, I can't get to that one for some reason. Well, we'll find it eventually.
Energy low.
Alright, there must be motors around here somewhere though. I can't have truly wiped everything, can I? What I'm gonna do for 4 motors. Maybe if I use a better grinder.
Inventory full.
Alright, well that other cargo container must be around here somewhere. Oh yeah, I remember. They were opposite one another. Still doesn't solve my motor problem, but
Inventory full. Energy critical.
you. Oh, there are. Aren't there motors in this? Yeah, there's 4 of
Inventory
them.
full.
Might have picked them up. Don't care about the detector comps because they're just not that important. So where are the motors hiding? There they are. I still need 6 of them, but all right, detectors. There we go. That's in the main cargo. Okay. So make a little room. Oh, there's some in the cockpit too. Okay, just get rid of a few detector comps and all of a sudden you can carry everything else.
No energy.
Oh, and Tommy Reed subscribed on YouTube. Thanks, Tommy. It does take me a little while to notice these things, but thank you. Alright, we do have room for one more connector. Of course, we need 6 more motors for it. A few computers. I think we can get the computers. Maybe. Well, there's still a battery over there. Yeah, we can get the computers. Do I care about any of the rest? Not really. Construction comms. tubes. I think that might be it. I think we're out of luck. We'll kill off the battery so we don't have to come back here, because I'm going to unmark it. Yep. Well, that is as they say that. Right. GPS. We'll kill you. Means we can technically, no, we'll keep the downspout. And we'll lose that one as well, and that one. We may consider mining magnesium, since it's super necessary for defense purposes. Find that battery again, I can kill it, and we can be sure this thing is going to delete itself. Are all the batteries dead? The light is still on.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Leading me to believe that there's still a battery on this thing somewhere.
Inventory full. 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 Inventory full.
Alright. I do believe we're done there. And we're back to being super heavy. So we'll take this and we'll go dump it in the rover box, and then we'll head over and hit that that station. This thing is super heavy now. Still capable, just super heavy. No longer pops off the ground for the tiniest bump. Actually, having those underside connectors for storage is what's helping it stay on the ground. Okay, there's the military barracks. Actually, I think I have 3 spare medical comps, or at least enough silver to make more. So I may put a survival kit back on this thing so that I can more happily raid bases. But given that the connectors are very useful as a component sink, not just for their storage capacity, but also it's a place to put components, I will probably grind them back off. so let's just make the mark here. North. Yeah, sure. Oh God. No breakage. But we do have a bit of an angle problem. Come on now, you got this. So with lots of gyros, if you waggle back and forth using your gyros while you're climbing a hill, you can actually get up some hills that you wouldn't otherwise make on wheel power alone, along with turning your wheels. But yeah, just dragging. I think I need to go up from here. Rather than along that channel. I mean, needs a strong word, but I think it's easier to go up from here. And then try to go up from elsewhere. I like this terrain. This terrain is better than the full mountains. Like trying to drive around in the snowy mountains on Earth-like is an exercise in masochism. Flying around in them is bad enough. Mushrooms are kind of interesting because they grow so fast you don't really need to stop for every single one. I mean, you can. That's when you don't have to grow, but they're the fastest growing of the growables. And this spot where I'm building the rover was not just some random spot. It was actually the location of a pirate hideout of some sort. I can't remember what it was called. Relay base, maybe? And it provided me with enough stuff to get a little farm going on an emergency level to get food. Oh no, it wasn't a hideout. That might have been somewhere else. This was a malfunctioning antenna or something. It was like a derelict. The derelict. Just like your grandpa. Maybe we actually use this stuff as a hookup. I'm guessing that would be... steel plates, I'm sure I do. Yep. Hopefully that will... What are we short on here? Still motors. Okay. What do we need? Wow. Oh well, we can pull you off. Thank you. Not that that's going to get us some motors, full. But it'll get us a couple motors. And then this will allow us to finish that after we
inventory full.
And we slap a...
Inventory full. Inventory full.
A sorter on here for purely... What do we need? Interior plate and construction comps.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, I'm sure I've got tubes in here somewhere.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Probably be a good idea to at least get a vague idea of where this thing is going to line up. there's my tube.
Inventory full.
Still need to get... Nice, let's jump right over it. Motors, tubes.
Inventory full.
Let anything else roll down the hill? Cockpit. Oh, computers in here. Instruction comps, tubes. Oh, this needed computers. Really?
Inventory full.
Man, not sure I'd be able to get that to line up. Maybe it just needs a little more straight. There we go. Nice. Now at least it will blank out the the stuff in there. Sure, I could go through that. Oh well. No, we really are pushing our luck right here. If the wolf spawns in the right position, we could blow up our connection up there with one simple shot. But it's alright. I put that. There it is. Alright, well given that, I've got some pastries. At least, if not something better, dumplings. 51%. Well, that'd be a good shot for one bit. And we've actually got a burrito. I think I'm going to go with the lasagna instead, because I rarely get down far enough. Let's see, we're at 38 right now, which is not quite lasagna territory, but we'll have to let ourselves get down to 25% to make full use of lasagnas. Right, and we need to, oh come on. Right, I was talking about maybe putting a survival kit back on this thing, but if we look at it right now, we don't have room because I put these captured hydro tanks on here. And it's, well, let's see. Okay, so if I find the original, there should be 3 small hydro tanks on this thing. So where's the other one? There it is. Why is there, maybe they're hidden? Okay. Right, so that's this one. So we'll stockpile from the other 2. And then that one's only 2 full. And that one is empty, so we can lose that one. But actually, we can just lose... We can lose that hydro. I'd rather have spawnability in here. Right. So... let's get ourselves our survival kit. We're gonna have to go up here for that. Alright, cool. The question is... okay, well we've still got a bunch of stuff in our modular for some reason. All that stuff should be yoinked out and tossed in the large box. Alright. So, this GAT is just for some sort of anti-drone type situation. There's no really any other reason to have it. It's definitely not an assault weapon. Vegetables right here. actually makes me question my previous assumption that things would spawn where they were normally spawning. And of course I've left myself with a bunch of stuff, but whatever. Alright, so that thing is seeing more vegetables. I'm particularly sensitive to hoarding or collecting vegetables because they were really hard to find at first until I got that thing on there. But I'm gonna resist. I don't think we can go up that wall. I might consider it, but because we have to go all the way around now. And I guess I really do mean all the way around. Wow. It's not actually going to be an easy find unless there's like a pass over here. I don't think that wall is drivable either. I mean, I am empty, so it actually probably is. If you want to get technical. These are quite... I'm not sure how I'm going to get up there. I guess maybe there's some less steep way right here, at least part of the way up. Steep is, well, relative. This is kind of a wall crawler. Let's see some of the things I've driven in it already. Oh yeah, we're going to be able to get there, no problem. This is a lazy Saturday afternoon walk compared to a lot of that stuff back there. Now, these things don't usually spawn drones. I'm not saying it won't, just in my experience. Ooh, that's a clip. there is one other use for this Gatling. I do believe it's on the other side of that hill. But you can use it as a camera. But I think I'm... Okay, yeah. I do believe we can actually drive almost right up to it. Or if we stay... No, we want to be back a bit. At least far enough that the rockets can't see us. Right. Alright, so they're neutral, but that doesn't mean anything. I've got to figure out what their orientation is, because there's a specific way we want to go in. Okay. And this is the way, basically right in under here. Because then we can take you.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Which gives us the ability to actually be up here. And then we can go and leave that cargo box for now.
Inventory full.
This one doesn't have much. There we go. Yes, it does. I did put some of this in here, but not much of it. We might as well claim this grid. Yep. Alright, there's one more turret. Oh, come on.
Inventory full.
And it is defanged.
Inventory full.
I don't know why those things love to roll so much. Yeah, it's a decent amount of stuff. I mean, I kind of got screwed this time, honestly, but some iron, some magnesium, nickel, bunch of cobalt ore. And this guy decided to roll all the way down here for some reason. So, according to this, I should own the place. but hostile takeover seems to be broken. I know there are beds down inside.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Wow, they're really... Am I full? Damn. So if we kill these beds, that should, by hostile takeover rules, we should own this place. Or are there other beds? No. But there is a snack. Nice. I mean, could have been better, but it's not too terrible. I guess maybe the defensive.
Inventory
Block
full.
might be
Inventory
one of them.
full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
No. Can't think of anything else that... like, via the hostile takeover rules. I can't think of anything else on here that would prevent me from just owning this. So instead I just have to blow my rep. Yeah, it should give me more stuff, but... and it should have let
Inventory
me
full.
go.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
How do you mean light flash? So I'm just gonna have to accept
Inventory
the hit.
full.
I'm pretty sure the antennas and whatnots don't actually affect. I don't remember it being. I don't remember it being a thing. Nor the broadcast controllers.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
But something they've done appears to me to have broken it. Although I heard the author was still active and thought it worked, so, and wanted people to report when it didn't, but you'd think if he played at all,
Fuel low.
he'd notice. Yeah, they do send signals, and it's a good way to make sure they don't send drones. The antennas are often the drone spawners. But as far as hostile takeover goes, I shouldn't have to kill the antennas.
Inventory full. Inventory
Nor the action
full.
relays. Like, by my understanding of hostile takeover, I should 100% absolutely be able to take ownership of this grid. Alright, so that guy is full. Alright. Yep. This is a gold mine of tubes. This base. Oops.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
I'm so over detector comps though.
Inventory full.
I just grab more. No, okay, cool.
Inventory full.
Oh yeah, rockets.
Inventory full.
Huh, nice. You can just fall through those. I'm gonna have to make some serious amends to get back on some of these guys' good sides. I think we'll leave this kind of as is. We've taken most of the quote-unquote good stuff. And we'll just bring these boxes back. Assuming I can find my ship and get it loaded up. If I could get that thing built out. Okay, but there it is. Good. Huh. If I could get that other rover built out, we could have a lot easier time looting once we've killed it. Once we've killed a base. I've found a lot of the newer outposts that were updated in Apex are no longer hostile takeover compatible. Find the older stuff, it's still compatible. Okay. I'm just gonna preemptively build all the connectors. Well, maybe I should think about making this a 2-box rover first. Because 15K is more, or 10, or whatever it is. Oh god, I didn't, is more than the 6 connectors worth.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
I think probably my best bet is to go sideways here and here. Although that really raises the height. So the other option would be to go here, but I don't see that's wider than that. So I guess we could consider no, we can't go there because we're too low. Although if we did, man, we could get a lot of cargo on here. We'd have to change how those guys were placed, though. Although I could just go right here, and that would keep the height low. And then if I actually put something like that on there, just so that we can actually mount it. Ah, what happened? Why are you not mountable? Probably because of this. This thing has gone through a lot of changes. Okay. We don't need access through the survival kit, so I don't care about that. And that gives us autocannon turrets. We don't need autocannon turrets. I think Gatlings are good enough. That gives us 2 Gatlings, which would be should actually be better. I don't think they'll shoot each other like that. That gives us more I forget whether it's 15K or what, but 10K. So that's an additional 10K without all the connectors. necessary.
Fuel low.
All right.
Fuel critical.
But the question is, why are we no longer connected to our hydro tank? Huh. Oh, because of that. Alright, so we no longer fill bottles, or we have a choice. We can either no longer fill bottles, or we can get hydro from our cockpit. Unless I put a cargo box right there. Well, it has to be more than a cargo box, but put one of you there. And a cargo box. Alright, so now we should be able to get hydro from the survival kit? No? What else is missing? Oh, you're on stockpile, that's the problem. We probably were already connected. But now we should be able to, no, we won't be able to get them through that either. So yeah, it really is like choose one. Oh well. We can go back to my original setup, which was to have a hydro on top. Then you fill yourself up here and fill your bottles up there, assuming you've actually put ice in it. still end up putting connectors on, but a modular cargo is much more effective than a bunch of connectors to start with. Come on, homie. There you are. What if I just slapped another one on, extended the back out, made it an 8-wheel? How close would I get to emptying all of these containers? I feel like we're just about full. I still don't want to go up any higher because I don't want to be top heavy. Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3 high. That's 2 high. Yeah, we could just go. Well, you know, I drove all the way here on low, super low, super lowered Hello, alright. I'm gonna keep it higher, I think, or something like that. Who knows? Can't remember. But, right. Okay. Need to go one more. Yep. Really. No displays. Hmm. Let's try that again. Now, stuff should fall down into the connector. I mean, not by gravity or anything, but when I shove stuff in and out the boxes from the sides, it should go down and fill up the those connectors as well. Now, the only bummer here, honestly, is that these boxes are not connected together, and there's no large port way to do that that I'm aware of. Alright, but the second set now, which will be, let's see, okay, that's front, that's middle, but that's already middle. Okay, that one needs a steering angle of 6. Alright, then that one. Yeah. Now nobody interferes. And we get a nice tight turning radius. Well, tight-ish anyway. Of course, we probably need to set power and speed limits again as well. Let's actually make a wheel group. Strength 20, height offset's already good, much higher there, and 220, yeah, that looks good. No, we ought to throw one of these on here while we're at it. Some of this thing is part of it is the original Respawn rover still. Less and less as time goes on. Oh, you didn't get your own connector. Well, that's fine. think I might put,
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
okay, and that one's full now too. So now the question is, okay, that got stuff and that got stuff. Cool. That was the idea. Now what if we yoinked these things? We could run cross braces across here instead and get an extra 1,000 storage right there. The second one. Now we have some nice weight-bearing stuff as well. The doors have a lot of good stuff in them. Stuff I probably need. We should use the better grinder. I'm gonna leave this. Whoop.
Inventory full.
I'm gonna leave this base up as a location for more steel, but so I'm also going to leave it powered. And how are we going to get home? Pretty sure I went around this way quite a bit. Because I think there's no real down over here. Unless maybe I go the other way. Of course, driving in the fog is always fun. I'm pretty sure that this, like, ends up being straight up and down right along here and all the way around there. And that we need to go back this way first. Although maybe there's a way around on that side instead, along the top of the mountain. We still only have the one battery on here. Much rather make this trip in the daytime. I think somewhere along here. I really don't want to be driving at this super fast, that's for sure. I mean, in the end, I think this thing might actually survive pretty much any drop, assuming I hit with the wheels properly. But I don't want to test that. Tempted to put DAS on here, but I had a kind of a bad experience last time I ran DAS. I mean, I'm not sure it was 100% it was DAS's fault, but I know the second part was the second part of the bad experience where I crashed. Where I crashed after recovering from my DAS, possible DAS's caused accident. The second part was because I didn't fix my gyros. The programming block DAS was blown up in the crash, and then I didn't like turn off the DAS overrides on the gyros, and that was a big mistake. Got pretty far, but then I was on a hill sideways, and it was trying to keep me level, and so I turned around, not understanding why I kept kind of flipping and tripping, and when I turned around, it kind of freaked out and tried to roll me all the way over. So it basically forced me to roll sideways down a hill. Come on, you got this, man. Thanks. And right on, man. Have a good night. Maybe I should be going around along this channel instead of trying to go up this hill. We are almost sideways. That's actually probably safer. I've seen rover builds with gravity. Not gravity, but what do you call them? Artificial mass blocks in the bottom, because this could be considered a poor man's artificial mass. Okay, we cannot go up there. What do you think? I think that's about level. Anyway, right. We're gonna have to do something. All right. Larry, 0000, thanks for the follow. I'm a little sketched about turning around here, but I really don't want to back all the way down this hill either. But I'm going to have to go down this hill. No, 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 no. Damn you. And that's why I was sketched about turning around. I think that's the channel to go up. I just gotta get there without flipping again. Trying to go straight up the hill was my mistake. Man, you got it, it's cool. Maybe up that channel? No. Probably should have just gone around. Look, I'm almost level here. Alright. Right. We're not going to make it up that, I don't think. Nope. We do have some limits, apparently. What if we went... We backed up the hill. Just kidding. Maybe... We can go through that. Kind of a channel, or maybe we go up over there. Drag ourselves up this. Maybe go down this wash. And what if we could just get right up over that? Nope, that ain't happening. No. Okay. Whoa. That's steep. But that's the house. Right over there somewhere. So, just how steep is it? I don't think it's too steep actually. for going down. But I do think we need to get the right. We go down the correct thing. Down this channel rather than down some straight up and down thing. I can see the rover. Oh God. My theory that I could go up straight up and down walls was incorrect, but still not terribly off from that. There is definitely a reason my front wheels don't apply brakes. I think with the addition of this fourth set of wheels and the extra weight, I could definitely stand to have another gyro or three. What's up, Dave? I take it you just joined up? To bring you up to speed, in the last 24 hours we've had 2 earthquakes and a power outage. Yeah, everything's good. I mean, the earthquake, one was big enough to wake me up, and the other one I was awake for, but probably wouldn't have woken me up. I mean, although I felt it because I was awake. So it was 3.1 this evening, and at 2:30 a.m. yesterday, as of a minute ago, was a 4.3. I initially said it was a 4.7, but it was a 4.3, and it was not terribly. And it was exciting, and it woke me up, but I wasn't like in fear for my life. My cat, of course, has a different perspective on it, but yeah, it wasn't that. But then, about 20 minutes after the one this afternoon, the power went out for several hours. So I think maybe that jolt maybe messed with a transformer or something. Somewhere in this stuff, I think in here, yeah. Zognia. Alright, so there's something on this order. Definitely need to include let's see, tools is already there. Apparently the plushies go, but I'll put them in anyway. Root seeds, grain seeds, bottles, cooked and raw. Cooked and raw and good. I don't know why I'm being so thorough about this, since this is a temporary connector until we're built. That probably covers everything I'm likely to be thrown in here. You know, the Wasteland Raiders have not, the tire thieves have not shown up recently at all. I wonder if they're broken. I didn't disable them or anything. Of course, I haven't been traveling much, but you'd think. Alright, and then the final bit, maybe? Yep. This is a really good design, actually. I'm really pleased with it. Aside from being unable to use all the boxes as one box, the connectors along the bottom add a little bit of storage, and the weight is really helpful down low like that. And putting them in long ways makes more fit without getting super long. Now I'm actually curious, I might be actually a better idea to throw the H2 gen underneath. I'll be able to have bottles. I'll be able to access the bottles from the cockpit, and it won't change the profile any if I put these things yeah. I don't think I've ever hit down hard enough to actually mess that up. I don't think that changes things in any significant way that would... except for lowering my height profile. So now my H2, I should be able to put bottles in and take them out just fine. Yeah. Alright, well that gives us room to work on this some more. Maybe even seal this and start getting there we go. Alright, so if we go with these guys, across. Yeah. Every other one. On this side, I have screwed things up by introducing this weird jog. The lack of windows kind of bugs me. I think maybe we just go out the back a little more and actually provide walkway. Bring this airlock out back some and keep that profile. Maybe we put the airlock out the front. That makes even more sense actually.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Of course, that's a bit of a problem, but
Inventory full. Inventory full.
I guess I bet a half would work actually. Oh, but then I have to do that. Alright.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
I have to do it that way. Now I really screwed up though. one there. Kills the cool little interesting bit that was there. So it means I can put the airlock on the front, and it will possibly give me some stairs. To work with, and it will definitely give me some windows. Like if I roll stairs down that front,
Inventory full. Inventory full.
why is that one still on there though? That's not slot 9. Right, so then we get, nope, that's going to be on 6. And it's going to be that one. Right, so now we can have our windows, our winders. Come on, one of these turns it correct. And we went all the way up to the front, even though there's no reason to hang out there. And we'll probably regret it at some point when we get stuck in there as the ship is rolling down a hill and we can't get to the spot, and you know, the usual. We're gonna have to go with that dusty charcoal again. That was a good color. Alright, so then it's that half, yeah. That one's right on the corner there. So it was one of those, one of those, one of those, and then that one. Which doesn't look at all the same. So we're gonna put a little bit of interest on this thing. go. Right, so what do we do here? I mean, this should be getting some sort of window treatment. Maybe like that. Yeah. And I enjoyed the bay windows on the last rover, the last big rover. So do we have bay windows on this set? No. Alright, I wonder what we need to get started. Is it girders? That may not be connected yet. Yep. Something under here, which is means we have to change how these work.
Inventory full.
Because I have to put these upside down. Which in some ways makes more sense anyway. Because I'll be wanting to look down at my surroundings. But we gotta change this side as well. And that gives us the ability to actually do something here, such as stay up aisle and listen. Right, let's get some steel plate. what do we do with this back bit? We just literally come up. A little bit of a pin? No. Yeah, this will work. Now we need something that I think we just go with that again and ignore the weirdness. Not like I'm going to look at it a lot. Just that. Some sort of flat corner. Oh, we could get away with something interesting like that. A couple of little ears. I wonder, no, we won't have room for that. That's unfortunate. Okay, that's going to be a problem though. That's an air leak. Man. Alright, fine. I really didn't want just the normal... Where did that go? Weird. I was trying to avoid just the normal one, but because I want the indent around the cockpit, it has to be just the normal one. But now we need something on the front too. I think we just go with straight walls right here.
Energy low. It even makes more sense there than it does up there. We still need to come down from this
Fuel low. Fuel
Wrong
critical.
floor, mate. Right. Hmm. I would like to mark that. I'm gonna put them there, just so that I'm aware. Matter puppies. What we got. Now, what do we do with those other ones? Might be interesting to have. I don't know. It could be something. As simple as that. Yeah. So it was.
Energy low.
Can't even remember what it was now. It was a square and a half. So the slope. Well, it was this. And that. Oh, let's go with those first. Yep, now we can actually fill in the top. Configure the aircon, which we haven't put in yet. Which honestly might as well just go right here. Please do not disconnect anything.
Energy critical.
Yes, yes, energy critical. It's always critical. All right. So then we actually, oh, we don't need to. We are on the planet. Actually, that makes me wonder, can I go right in there? No. Okay, so somewhere we need to be pulling our air in. I mean, we don't need to, but we oughta. Maybe right there. Be nice if there was something more interesting looking shape-wise. But, oh god, cannot be on the side like that. Sorry. Just doesn't work. On the top or the bottom, okay. But not on the side. And this one's just a depressurize. Which means we ought to have a hydro tank and an O2 tank in here somewhere. Hey, book burner stuff. How's it going? Maybe I ought to throw chat up on the stream view. What do you all think about that? I'm on solo right now. I do occasionally play on a server, but it hasn't been working for me recently, so I'm back on solo. Right, we need to get those. All right. Back is kind of boring. We'll figure it out though. I'm gonna fill this top in and get some food growing first. So, for those of you who are unaware of the scope of this, I'm sticking to rovers until I actually need to leave the planet, or I need a little drone, or like remote control flight, or there was one case where I stole an enemy drone and used it to get home. That was quite interesting. Also, no mining except for ice. All components must be acquired in other ways. I have a refinery because I often loot ores, and also I can break down scrap from accidents Yeah, so this is a kind of a mobile base. I'm gonna have a piston-based platform for parking assault rovers, or maybe not assault rovers, but scrap acquisition rovers on. Oh wow, nice. I think I was probably up to 150%. So that's the end of that buff set. Where you at? There he is. So yeah, I still haven't figured that out, but I think I need to actually like dismount the thing and get it semi-level before I try to do some sort
Fuel
of
low.
down thing. Oh, damn it.
Fuel
Wow.
critical.
Alright, I guess we should get fuel from here. Try out the new H2 gen situation. Yes, it works wonderfully. I had the H2 gen on the roof, but I've been trying to keep this small grid rover low profile, and so I realized I could stick it there without any real issues. I did actually want to fix or change the way that worked, though. There was a block. Let's see, how did they do that? I think it was. The original rover comes with a heavy block. And I think it's just a standard heavy square block. That's like half. Let's find a spot we can stack that. I think it's just like this. Okay, but it has to be on something, so yeah, I've got 3 gyros on this one, and you missed my drive from where the heck is it? The barracks. That barracks over there, I drove around, but it was nearly straight up, and then I came down that hill over there, or over there. It was cool. Yeah, I've been going for a bit now. So they had a cool, like, thing going here in heavy that I kind of wanted to replicate, but I don't know if it's gonna work the same or not. So there Okay, see, those are the ones that look right. They look pretty cool when they're only half built. But they're like basically the only ones. Oh, you can't withdraw stuff from there, by the way, because that's got a thing on it. So they're actually fully built, just not to a functional level. I think if you go too far, yep. Dang it. Oh, okay, there we go. No, see, but that one's got all its parts, so it's actually... on the server I do, but I'm suspicious of... There we go. Now it's got all its parts, but it's not welded up to be functional. And yeah, I welded up a bunch of this with the large grid welder, but this stuff is more This stuff is easier to just weld up rather than try to find ports for that. And I don't trust the nanites and the other things. I've had a lot of crashing issues lately, and so I'm trying to keep my solo game slim. So again, though, yeah, no mining except for ice. NCF, which one is that? I don't know. Is that the nanobot control stuff? Or is that, or is that a different one? Okay, yeah. That one we installed on the server, I think. But again, the server keeps crashing for me, and I don't know why. So I'm keeping this save as pristine as possible. All right. Now we're gonna need girders and glass. I hope I have enough. Although I did loot a little bit of iron, I think. Do I have any girders? Okay, there we go. So they usually use on that server the AI enabled bot control thing, where the bots go and weld random stuff that's unwelded for you. Jeez, I need more. Really? I'm short that much? Okay, well, I'll just have to make some, because I do have, we'll just make 100 of them. Yeah, there we go. 4-speed modules are a great thing. Alright, now let's have a quick look at what happens when you close the door. Nope, we've still got a hole somewhere.
Energy low.
Alright, gotta find the hole before we can start farming. I know we're on Earth and Earth-like, and that makes it all cool, but okay, now we can see in here. Now let's get us a nice cool color. Yeah. Alright, so now do sir tell me why we're leaking. Got a hole somewhere up in here. You're not built. You're not built. Where? I don't see it. This is just all steel. We'll just grab a bunch of steel. A little bit low on steel, but alright. I still think I don't see the hole. Yep, big old hole right there. And if I just put a regular full block in there instead, change. No, should not need a regular full block. Like that should work. Even that should work. And yet you still think that there's a hole back here. Okay, no more leaks. That was silly, but I guess it was what it was. So let's get... What the heck? Where's my charcoal?
Fuel low.
Great. Can I get in
Fuel
there?
critical.
Nope. Ouch.
Your health is critical.
Actually, that'll be fine. But still not. Cut you out. And put you back. I don't think I actually want those bottom ones. So that's fine. I'll have to go back inside to get that one. Alright, are we gonna put... Yeah, I think we'll just put it right there. Alright, man. Later on. Learned a little bit about event controllers the other day, but let's get these fixed first. Right, so there's more than one toolbar on an event controller, something I was not aware of until just the other day. Except that's not the order we wanted in. That's on and off. And then on the second toolbar, we toggle open closed. And we turn that one off, and now we're set. And now everything works the way I wanted it to. make the cockpit white though. Alright. Come on. Get it, but make it green. There we go. We did it. Amazing. Alright. So let's get some fruit and some veg in. Assuming, okay, water level's high, but we do not have enough ice. So there is no reason to be attempting to plant things right now. Well, that'll work, but no. Let's make a good one. Can we get a 3? I don't think we have the platinum, but we can try. We'll make one of those, which it claims it can make. And yeah, we don't have the platinum. Okay, well that's fine. For all intents and purposes, that's a fine drill to use. I've got I need a few loads of the ice. Hello, lighting.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
What we really want is about 30k or so, but we can just stick it in there and hope that it was just ice. Yep, okay. But that is that's the ice reserve.
Inventory full.
And there's an exit somewhere here. Of course, no matter where we put it, it should go in there, but I'm just...
Inventory full.
For this many plots, we probably need at least 10 or 20k ice to grow a couple of evolutions of crops.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
We're sitting at 9K, okay. Well, we'll toss our incidental stone in there.
Fuel low.
Great.
Inventory full. Critical.
Luckily, it's not that far of a run. Yeah, why not? Well, what's the farthest you're gonna slide?
Inventory full. 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 Inventory full.
This is a weird ice vein. Or maybe it's just the angle I'm at.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Alright, 20k. That ought to really actually be fine. That puts us just over the 27k that the irrigation can hold. Where is the ice? There it is. Did I put it in that one? Is that the deal? No. Okay, it's in the middle one for some reason.
Your health is low.
Right. Alright, so icebox 11k in the icebox, 17 in the yeah, 27 in the irrigation system. That's what it should be. and then 40 something in the icebox, and we're good for a while. I mean, not now, but eventually. So then we're going to grow fruit and veg. We got eight plots, so I want to have a backstock of 16 seeds for each. Before I start crafting a whole bunch of food. Do we have any... Right, inventory. So we already have some mushroom spores, I think. 3. So we should basically just make all the seeds. So I still need food to be going on with, so I'm gonna have to do this slowly. Well, while we've got it, we might as well make... What are you... Messy vegetables, okay. Pastry is a good one. Just make them all into... I shouldn't have... Actually, I've got more fruit and veg in here. Or I thought I did. Huh. But that's not actually hooked up to any... Yeah, that's not actually hooked up on purpose. Alright, well that's the main cabin. And we've got production, we've got a H2 gen. Guess we need to build out our wheels. Well, let's build out these guys first. See how short we are for use a good welder. How am I not? Alright, are we still at a point where if I cut that off it drops stuff? I don't think so. See, that's connected to that. That's got mounts there. Yeah, I think we're safe to open that up. Whew. A little sketchy, but nope, that's not a valid access point. Oh, I think it still had the wheel in it. And that's why it was causing the trouble. In fact, I feel like it probably... Right, that should be all of the... Nope. Right, that should be all 6 wheel mounts. So we can just... Okay, cool. And 1 wheel. Well, 2 wheels actually, because I incidentally welded one up with this one while I was bringing that conveyor line over. And we can't do that one until we're disconnected from this. We can't disconnect from this till we put batteries on that and move that over. So we're just... we have a whole order of operations going on here. Does that mean we're out of
Fuel
tubes?
low. Fuel critical.
Maybe I should make more than... Maybe I should carry 3 bottles instead of 2. Alright, that's all of the available tires. Maybe we should throw our batteries in now. Where are we going to put them? Pretty much just anywhere. I know I'm going to want quite a few. Make the batteries be more structural things. Yeah, that ought to be enough. I don't believe I have the yeah, we're out of steel plate, pretty sure. And we're out of things to make steel plate with again. So now we have to do the inventory thing where we figure out if we've got anything to scrap down. It's actually worth it, or whether we're gonna need the motors. And the tubes. We've got the power cells for several batteries. What did we get? Okay. Okay, I have steel plate. Something was just wonky. Power cells now. Okay. So what's the deal here? Let's get rid of all of these. Go there, which I believe had all the power cells. Just needed to catch. Yep. Alright, y'all go to recharge. And we all go to recharge. You go to discharge. We're gonna get rid of you anyway. Those recharges should suck that right up. We just hang out up here wasting hydrogen all day, staring at the ship. Right. Not much else to do in here, to maybe put up the easy hydro access, which actually could be. Okay, this for some reason is not properly connected like I thought. Although it gets hydro, so why? Can you just not pull plates through? Is that... You just can't pull those things through? Right, so if we put you there... I think... Okay. Put like... You there... Turn you this way... And then... You... And then... turn one... We end up with... Everything's still accessible. Alright, so then... We need to slap in a... tank. Oh, but that interferes with all kinds of things. So that ain't going there. I guess we could turn that into... Yeah. It's still going to be weird. Or maybe we just don't do that this time. Unfortunate that you can't walk around the back like that. I mean, not that there's really any reason to, but still unfortunate. I really like this suit. So we're short really. Okay, that thing's getting sucked down. Right. And it's going to be a bunch of steel plate needed. And we need to get our wind power back on because we're not, actually, you know what? We are actually reactor friendly, I do believe. So let's throw a reactor in. I think we have at least one. Couple of reactors won't be a bad idea at all. We go like this. It's going to make it hard to weld that up. Now that whole thing is not actually part of the deal. We could put one here. And one here.
Inventory
Get
full.
one right now. I think I had just one's worth of stuff. So yeah, you get that. You're rolling.
Fuel low.
Actually,
Fuel
made it
critical.
into the door this time. That's the discharge one? Yeah. No. Chunk does not abbreviate. I have a thunk already, so this can't be thunk. Well, let's reset the names anyway. Get them all on recharge, except for our discharge one. And put a power summary LCD up somewhere. Vegetables are ready. Funny thing is the counts are like there aren't 2 or 3 of them. It shows how many times many of the counts, or shows how many times it took me placing it to get it the way I wanted it. Alright. One of those stupid. Now this playthrough is not going to make much use of the sifter. No point really in adding one. Right, LCDs. I don't know about maybe dock ships. I don't remember what that one is about though. So where do we stash our programmable blocks? Maybe not up here. Or maybe yes up here, but somewhere interesting. Yeah. There. That doesn't interfere with the lighting very much. With the fact that this is meant to be a carrier, it makes sense. IDS main, okay, right. Right, and then we need the other one. And right TLCD, okay. There we go. Yep. Start planting these anyway. And I think I was hungry. And I think I was lasagna hungry. Alright, so we're gonna have stairs down here to something eventually. Have some support on those stairs eventually. But I don't feel like I can even build this thing until I'm like level and understand height and everything. I'm gonna need level ground in order to deploy this anyway, or at least it's gonna need semi-level ground. But what I'm imagining is a piston thing that drops it down most of the way, and then some sort of hinge-based flap on the end that sits vertical 90 degrees straight up in raised position, and then when the thing drops down, that flap opens up and you can drive things on and off. And I should be able to get 2 of these vehicles on, so maybe I have one that's more looting oriented and one that's actually like hard assault, bristling with armor and guns and whatnot. Although maybe I'll only be able to get one on, but if I'm careful. I might be able to fit, yeah, I'll be able to get two trucks on here. So I wonder what happened to the tire thieves. I must just be in a neighborhood they just can't handle. And then we'll have at least one fold down turbine tower, maybe two. I feel like if I mount them here and fold them back down here, that will interfere less with the ships, with the docked little rovers. And they'll be far enough away from this building when they're up that I won't have to, I will get better performance out of them. Because if they're here, then I lose 1, 2, 3, 4. I lose 4. Yeah, it's not good for driving in, let me tell you. So yeah, I lose 4 height on the building. Like, these guys are already not top tier, I don't think. Optimal, alright. $77, man. So anyway, yeah, that'll get me at 4 turbines per tower, since you can't, on the fold down towers, you can't do the one side. That'll get me 8 turbines, which is not a bad amount of power. And I'll run them till I break them off on something. And then give up from there. So I'd say I made some good progress on this thing today. Not exactly easy to see, but yeah, we're looking good. Next time we'll have to do some more raids. Hopefully acquire some iron and whatnot, or even just power cells already. The rest of the battery's made up. Maybe we'll find a reactor somewhere. I don't think this stairway is going to stay here. I think there's going to be a catwalk right here with a corner catwalk, and then down and then the stair will come down that way. And that'll shorten up how much, and then maybe another corner catwalk, and then down this way. That'll give us a walkway down to the carrier platform. Alright. Where you guys at? Right. Are you empty yet? You are empty. You don't need to be running much at all. Lights. Yeah, 4 hours. I need to get you plugged in. Only I've made it so that you can't be plugged in. This is honestly probably about half as big as the biggest one I've built in survival. I built a couple of massive ones in like 10-wheeled monstrosities in Scrapyard before. Dave, did you miss my planetary tour playthrough last week? Here, I'm about to get off anyway, but I'll show you the rover that became a hydro-based ship that I built last week on a Mars drop. I quite enjoy rover-based play, as you can tell. I mean, I also like ships and space and all that stuff, but I do quite enjoy the rover stuff. I believe they have a term for that. Something along the lines of get good. So, here's Thunk. I built this in survival. This is the end. This is the final result of many iterations.
yeah, you're probably just not putting enough gyros and low weight on them. But this thing is pretty cool. Yeah, you can kind of see the design was. This was a emergency parachute. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to land. So I threw this parachute on while I was about 7,000 meters from the ground. So yeah, we've got 6 crop plots, all of our general amenities. There was no restrictions for mining, really, although I didn't do as much of it. This was the final add-on to house the hydro gear. But yeah. General setup, I've got a mount for when I need to do some mining, I can throw a drill on it. But yeah, this thing flies, drives. It's been to every planet in the system. Not all the moons, but every planet. And yeah, it's a pretty good ship, actually. I'm really happy with how it ended up. I got just tons of stuff all over the place. Including some prototech. Not a full prototech anything yet, but yeah, so this was fun. Yeah, so to fly I turn off wheel control and turn off the wheels, and then we turn on all the hydro thrust. The tank tread mod means that it's still actually, the wheels still turn even though they're off and uncontrolled. And then we've got let's see here. Yeah, so 4 is our stopping thrust, so we can go into cruise control mode. 5 turns on or off the large thruster that I use just to get on and off planets. And then in our second one we have liftoff stuff for, like, I can override up to 100%. So I can lift off without thinking about it, in our jump drive controls. And this was some control mechanics that I'm not using anymore. At some point I had the 3 back thrusters on another key, so I could use just the back the forward thrust to climb a hill. But yeah, this turned out really well. And it has been damaged and repaired and has defended itself from drone attacks and assaulted bases and all kinds of stuff. So yeah. Yeah, that's basically the same coloring I was going with on the new rover. But yeah.
that is going to be it for tonight. Uh, my schedule is all kinds of wonky, especially after being woken up for the earthquake at 2:56 in the morning, and not being able to get back to sleep, of course, for a while. And yeah, anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night, and I will catch you all next time.